Watch out, this mic's hot.
How you doing, man? How are you? I see you at work. I see you at work.
Shut everything off.
probably at 4.
That table? I know that. Thank you.
Hall of Fame Awards Banquet. We're going to start our program at about 5 o'clock, so we'd like for everyone to please begin finding their seats. We want to keep things on time here this evening. So you got time to come up and get a drink, go to the facilities. But the program is going to start at 5. We got some preliminary introductions to make, and hopefully by about 5:30 we'll be eating and keeping our program moving right along. So welcome to Germans Villa. It's a pleasure to have everyone here. It's an honor to have everyone here, and enjoy your evening. Thank you.
The only thing we're missing is intercom. Yeah, talk back. I have one of those
9. See the corner of the table's empty? Okay. Yeah, because did someone just call about 2 o'clock?
We'll start off with the wide
Take
camera.
off or something, yeah. Okay.
And then we'll
So
go
I
to
said,
this camera.
the only empty table we had around basketball.
Whatever you like.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, this one will be kind of a freelancer until we get into the program.
They won't cut you off
Once it's
here.
into the program, we'll do all that. Because I may set this one up with the noon on the windows and stuff too. But, yeah, so I'm going to frame everybody and do close-up. We'll see. Just pick whatever looks good.
But once you get that,
We don't have intercom.
once you get that close up locked in, I'll go in. But before you move, if you're gonna move, let me know.
I won't move it if I'm live. If I can see, I
Oh,
can
you're gonna watch. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice thing about having
Right in front of you.
monitors mirror with the outfit.
Look like he's ready. Hey Joe, tell him to give us the heads up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 53rd Annual Enshrinement Banquet of the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. This hall was founded in 1969. It was founded to honor those Lorain residents whose names are synonymous with all that is best in the athletic achievement from the outstanding sports heritage in this, the international city, Lorain. We've inducted 399 individuals and 40 teams in these 43 years. I'd like to start out this evening honoring our great country with a national anthem. A little later in the program, you're going to see Jim Popill presenting this young scholar athlete with his Yulin Scholarship Award. But now I'm going to let you witness his outstanding musical talent. I'm going to present Celestino Guando Ricci and his brother Pablo.
Switch.
But it was my 11-year-old granddaughter who witnessed them playing at a wrestling tournament who said you have to do something special at the banquet, and that's why we got Sivo and his brother Pablo. I'd like to make a couple quick announcements. Last Saturday, a few of us went to the Elyria Sports Hall of Fame, and a fine banquet it was. And I like the people from the Elyria Sports Hall of Fame that are here tonight. Please stand up. And tonight, representing the Elyria Chronicle, if he came, is Tim Gibhart, and from the Morning Journal, Mark Perez Krywani. We've been reading Mark's write-ups of the inductees for the past week. Thank you, Mark. We're here tonight to honor the great athletes from Lorain. There are quite a few past inductees that have gone through the enshrinement ceremony that are here with us tonight. Some have been enshrined individually, and others were honored as part of a great team. I would like to honor each one of them. Please, as I call your name, please stand and remain standing to be recognized. In the audience, please hold your applause to all have been named. Bill McPhee, Bill Provident, Dan Turnus, Dave Cannon, who was the captain of the great Admiral King 88, 85, 86 team. Terry King, Frank Owens, who was a star player on the LC basketball team, 84, 85. Gary Huff, Harold Walton, James Lawhead, Jay Ferguson, head coach of the Lorain girls basketball team, 90-91. Jeff King, Jim Jenkins, Jim McCall, Cliff German, Jim Popeil, Jim Turton, John Tomaszewski, Kim Walton, Larry Reardon, Mary Lou Redmond Poley, Michael Gormley, Wayne Jackson, who was a coach of the Southview wrestling team in '93, Nancy Bauer, Rick Hands, Zeke Zayatel, Roger Farr, Tom Turnus, coach of the Southview wrestling team in '93, Wayne Ross, Tom Bauer. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Super Lorain athletes, and if I did not mention the great running back from Elyria Catholic and the University of Cincinnati, inducted into the Elyria Sports Hall of Fame, Al McKinney. Please show your respect to all these great athletes, because they're a great group of men. Well, we just saw the past, but now I'd like to introduce the present. These 8 individuals and 1 team before you will be honored tonight and will be able to join the men and women that we just saw. First, Jeff Duziak, Lorain High, 1994, and his wife, Marcia. Kermetta Fulmer, Admiral King, 1976, and her cousin, Sophia Rivers. Frank Owens, Lorain Catholic, 1985, and his mother, Alice Owens. Christina Jackson, Southview, 2003, and her mother, Laura Jackson White. Robert Taylor, Southview, 1988, and his fiancée, Amy Schulich. Michael Wayne Jackson, Admiral King, 1972, and his wife, Joni. Bruce Minnick, St. Mary's, 1963, and his wife, Shirley. Teresa Abrahamowitz, who will be accepting for her husband, Adrian, who is LC, 1989. And Bill Hyder, who will be speaking for the Admiral King basketball team of 1981-82. Let's do this one more time and give these great athletes a great big Lorain Sports Hall of Fame welcome. I would now like to bring to the podium to say a few words our president, Mike Smith.
Good evening. I'd just like to say, it's already been mentioned, that once again we thank all you supporters, and it's been going on since 1969. 54 years of supporting these great athletes from Lorain. Thanks a lot for coming tonight. I invite you to turn to page 11 in your program. Listed here are the members of our organization that passed away this last year. I'll mention their names and then we'll have a moment of silence. Page 11. Lenny Nikoloff, class of 2013. Robert Tomaszewski, class of 1993. Vince Villanucci, class of 2021. Neil Ray Summers, committee member. Jim Uzinski, class of 2018. Carl Hartman, class of 1970. Just take a moment of silence. Thank you. Next thing I would like to do is I'd like to thank probably the most important person in all of our lives. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. All mothers stand up. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce the Mayor of Lorain, Jack Bradley.
Sorry, folks, but you expected Mr. Mayor Bradley, but you got me, so sorry about that. Greetings to all. The inductees, committee, guests, family, and friends. On behalf of Mayor Bradley, I would like to welcome everyone present here to the 53rd Annual Lorain Sports Hall of Fame Enshrinement Banquet. My name is Rick Soto, and I am the Chief of Staff for Mayor Bradley, and I want to thank you all and the committee for allowing Mayor Bradley the opportunity to say a few words. As most of you know, Mayor Bradley is coming off a successful campaign that took many hours of his time to go out, meet and greet the public, and he serves, and earned him a much-deserved break away from it all. During my time working for Mayor Bradley, I've personally seen the pride that he has in the great city of Lorain and its residents, workers, educators, students, and the athletes that have competed proudly representing the international city we all call Lorain. It is an honor to be here today to celebrate with all the inductees, Jeff Duziak, Kermetta Fulmer, Christina Jackson, Frank Owens, Robert Taylor, Michael W. Jackson, Bruce Minich, Adrian Abrahamits, and the 1981-1982 Admiral King basketball team with their enshrinement into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. I congratulate you and salute you, your family, friends, and those who have helped you to achieve this remarkable goal. I have the pleasure this evening to be sitting with an enshrinee just from last year and fellow Southview Saint, Danny Matos, and his wife, Darlene, who was honored just last year as an inductee into this exclusive club. To the inductees, your day has arrived to where your peers have chosen you to join them in this exclusive club, as you have earned that right during your playing and competitive days, either in high school, college, and or professional ranks. I challenge each and every one of you, as you were challenged by your opponents, to take a moment to reflect on your achievements and to enjoy those special times that you had, be it with teammates, coaches, or even the fans that attended your sporting events, and ask yourself, would you do it all over again? And I'm sure you all would. Mayor Bradley had asked me just to say a few words, and you already have done that. Just a moment of silence for Vince Villanucci. Vince was our neighbor, and when I say our neighbor, the mayor, his daughter, Jacqueline, and my neighbor. And Vince was very, very kind to all of us within our neighborhood there. One of the things Vince liked to do up until his passing was fish, and one of the things he liked was walleye. And he made sure all of us on Lakeview Drive had enough walleye to eat and always had extra to offer. So thank you, Vince, for your generosity, and we will all miss you. So in leaving, good luck to you all. And on behalf of Mayor Jack Bradley, congratulations to each one of you on your induction to the special place that we all call the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. Thank you.
You guys didn't think you'd see me again, but I'm back. You know, it's, from last year, I had this suit jacket on, kind of shrunk. I think I got some dehumidifying problems in my closet. I don't know. All right, the next person I'd like to introduce is, the Ulan Award winners is Jim Popeil. Just use it. Do that in front. Yeah.
Mr. Pope. Oh, how about a big round of applause? The one and only Jim Al Pope. That deserves a holy moly right there. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Great viewpoint.
You're going to need both. This is the audio for the camera.
I got it.
Well-deserved standing ovation. How's that, Jim? Yes. That's a holy moly. You gotta hold both of them, Jim, right?
Holy moly, that's for sure. Of course I am old, but I really feel old seeing that the mother of Christina Jackson, who's being enshrined tonight, was a student of mine. And it's no wonder that Christina turned out so well in life with a great mom like Lori. It's with pleasure and pride that we present the 2023 nominees for the prestigious J. Ed Uland Award. You can read more about each finalist in your banquet program, but here are the essentials. We begin with the young men. You've already met this individual. First from Lorain High, Celestino, better known as Sivo Oquendo Ritchie. Sivo ranks 14th in a senior class of 334 with a 3.68 GPA. He sport is wrestling, in which he was an all-Lake Erie League selection. Sivo is also, as you can tell, a very talented musician, being first chairmaster in 3 different sections. He's involved in several civic activities, including the Firefish Festival and providing music for Sacred Heart Chapel and St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church. Sivo also is a newscaster on TV 20, and you can watch it on the YouTube also, and I hope you get a chance sometime because he's not your typical newscaster. He reminds you of Tim Isney, who always goes around saying, "I'm going to make them pay." I'm expecting Sivo some night to say, "I'm going to make them listen and watch." Although a top-rated classical flutist in the state, yeah, that's right, he's top rating in classical flute in the state of Ohio. He plans to major in jazz flute and mathematics at Central State. He just received his associate's degree from Lorain County Community College this morning. Celestino Silvio Quendo Ritchie from Lorain High. From Clearview, we present Cameron Carreras. Cameron ranks 46th of 113 seniors at Clearview with a 3.05 GPA weighted. An outstanding offensive lineman, Cameron was third team All-Ohio for the Clippers last fall, and he was a sectional champ in wrestling. His community involvement includes being a volunteer for the Lorain International Festival. He has not made a college choice, but likely will be studying to be an athletic trainer or educator. From Clearview, we proudly present Cameron Carreras. Okay. Those are the male finalists. And now for the young ladies. First from Clearview, Jarimar Ruiz. Jarimar ranks third of 113 seniors with a weighted GPA of 4.458. She has been an award winner in volleyball, basketball, cross country, and softball, in which she holds the Clearview career record for most stolen bases. She has been a volunteer with the food bank and the public health department. From Clearview, Jarimar Ruiz. The Lorain High female candidate is Nakia Herman. Nakia is ranked 37th of 334 seniors at Lorain High with a GPA of 3.931. Nakia also is a year-round sports performer in volleyball, basketball, and track. She was first-team All-Lake Erie League in volleyball and track, a sport in which she is one of the best sprinters in the state. Nakia is still undefeated this year in the 100, having won the Lake Erie League Championship this past week. She has volunteered with Second Harvest Food Pantry, Lorain Winterfest, and Main Street Lorain Cleanup. Nakia is an Ohio State University Young Scholar and will attend that school to major in physical therapy. She received her associate's degree this morning from Lorain County Community College. From Lorain High, Nakia Herman. Nakia, unfortunately, is not here right now, so maybe she'll make a good appearance later, but we'll keep her envelope handy there. And now for the big announcement of who is going to be the male and female winners. Every one of these finalists receive $500, and the outstanding female and the outstanding male will also get an extra $500 for a total prize of $1,000 from the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. And let us open the female envelope first. The 2023 Female Award winner from Clearview High School, Jarimar Ruiz. And now for the male winner of the J. Ed Hewland Award. Is that from my wife too? From Lorain High School, Celestino Sivo Oquendo Ritchie. Congratulations. Oh, I forgot. One of the perks of being a winner is they like you to say a few words. So, okay, thank you. Jarimar?
Stand right up here and do it.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to start off by thanking everyone and the members of the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame for presenting me with this opportunity and the scholarship. It's very generous of you, and it's an honor to be receiving this scholarship. I wanted to thank all my coaches and my athletic director, Mike Collier, as well as my mom for supporting me and everyone who has come along with me on this journey. Thank you. It's an honor.
Hi, everybody. As I would like to start with the same thing, I want to thank everybody for everything that you've done, for me especially. Sports was never, school sports, let's say. School sports was never really a thing that I truly started and was born, and just was born doing. A lot of people know this, and a lot of people don't, but I am visually impaired. I was born with oculocutaneous albinism type 2, which caused the underdevelopment of pigment in my skin and retina in my eye. And so sports has always been something that I frayed away from doing because I felt like I would be just humiliated by. I was scared. I was scared that I could never be as good as everybody else just because I couldn't see and I couldn't do basketball. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do any sport until I tried wrestling, and I've been doing wrestling for 2 years. I love it. I love it, and I'm so sad this is my senior year because I really miss it, and I kind of took a hard turn at the end. I was in a perfect situation to go to States, and I ended up tearing partially my ACL, so I had to be out. And so it honestly meant the world to me, the amount of people that I met, the amount of bonds that I made. It's unmatched, and I thank every single one of you guys. And I want to thank my athletic director, Mr. Corey, my wrestling coaches, and the rest of the athletic staff. Thank you guys so much.
Next person I would like to introduce is the vice president of our organization. His name is Larry Reardon, and he's going to announce the Distinguished Service Award. Larry Reardon.
Good evening and congratulations to all the nominees and inductees. Before I get started, can I have Jim Catanzarete stand up? Well, we forgot to acknowledge Jim as a past inductee, so congratulations, Jim. Okay, I was asked to present the Distinguished Service Award for this year, but prior to me starting, I'd like to acknowledge the 4 prior recipients. Bambi, Bambi Dillon, Ron Feldkamp, Jim Turton. If I can get you to come up front, please, if you're able. If not, don't worry about it. Just face the camera. And then, of course, Joe Bach.
Jaden Morales.
Yeah. Okay. And we also have Jaden. Morales. These fine individuals show what the Sports Hall of Fame is. The hard work, the dedication, just the integrity that these 4 or 5 people bring has made our organization top-notch, second to none, just like they do in Elyria. We have great organizations in the city, Lorain County, and we should be very proud of these people. So if we can have a round of applause for these 5, and we'll get forward from the next one. Thank you. This year's recipient is a Mr. Tom Bauer. Tom was a 2016 Hall of Fame inductee who has achieved the highest honor throughout his career as a distinguished educator, football and wrestling coach, and a highly decorated wrestling official, being involved in 3 Hall of Fames throughout the state of Ohio. His efforts in guiding members to achieve the highest standards that are set for all the inductees, both past and present. At this time, I'd like to introduce Tom Bauer as the 2023 Distinguished Service Award, and I have a little accommodation for him right here.
They told me to be brief, but you know brevity is not my forte. But I would just like to say I think the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame looks on the Distinguished Service Award as a thank you for doing the jobs that need to be done. But I'd like to turn around and thank the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame for trusting me to do all these jobs that need to be done. So, in brevity's sake, thank you very much. Let's get on with the show.
At this time, I'd like to acknowledge 2 of my classmates, Lori Kermetta. Kermetta, can I please get you to come up and get this evening started with your prayer?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Let us bow our heads. Oh Lord our God, how excellent is your name in all the earth. We thank you for allowing us to come together for a time of celebration. Thank you, Lord, for those who have traveled near and far, and even those who are local. Thank you for traveling mercies. And now we ask that you would just bless this event. Let us feel your presence. And we thank you now in advance that everybody, when they return home, everything will be well. God, we thank you for the food that has been prepared, and we thank you for every individual that helped in the preparation. Bless the food that we would receive it. In your Son, Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
At this time, I'd like to call up Clip German, the greatest host in the county of Lorain, and he will give you instructions for dinner.
Okay, thank
Thanks,
you, Mr.
Cliff.
Reardon. Thank you, Larry. And welcome, everyone, to Germansville. What an honor and a privilege it is to have you all here for the 54th annual, right? Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. What an honor. Okay, with that being said, we're going to have Brian over on this side. He's going to be sending you up. Kathy's going to be sending you up over here. You got almost 400 people here today. Take about 15 minutes to serve you all, okay? So sit back, relax, and enjoy your evening. Thank you. Let's go.
start sitting down because we're going to get less people walking in front of them. So people know that something's going on.
One, two, three.
It's got bumped somewhere along the way. Somewhere along the way. Is it all right? It's low. No, I mean level. You want to say something?
But I mean, it's also something that we'll notice that no one else will.
How's that?
All right.
Pull a chair and put it right here.
Oh, you should. Yeah. Everything good? Everything good?
Yeah, we're switching vibes.
Yeah, you can put it on. Actually, if you want to, you could go to camera 3. Yeah. Because we're going to get ready. They're still cleaning up there.
If we can get Frank Owens to return to his table so we can get our evening started, please. There he is right there.
Is that a coupon? I'll be scarfing up all those. Oh, jeez. Oh, want to improve your game.
For a small investment.
Good evening. Welcome to the 2023 Lorain Sports Hall of Fame banquet. I hope everyone enjoyed your meal, and I hope you complimented Mr. German's staff. They do an excellent job every year. I have the honor and the privilege to introduce the next person, our MC for the evening. Tim, I finally got the microphone. All the years you bashed me. Well, I don't know if you remember the Onondaga tribe up in Syracuse, New York, but Tim's father just passed away a couple months ago, so we'd like to give our prayers to Tim and his family. The chief of that tribe was Hiawatha, and when Tim was born, Hugh took Tim to one of the igloos, or to one of the tents, the huts, and he introduced him to Chief Hiawatha. And Chief Hiawatha heard him wailing and screaming and being obnoxious, and the chief gave him a name. It's Mako. You know what that means? Long-winded one. And it definitely has stayed with him his whole life. But my condolences on your father. So at this time, I would like to bring up one of the greatest sports announcers that I know. High school, girls, boys, track, baseball, he did everything. Then he progressed on, and now he is the voice all over the world for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I am proud to introduce my friend, Mr. Tim Alcorn.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Bashing Larry. You got to be kidding me. Larry's a high school basketball official. One of the best I've seen. It's not saying much, but it's one of the best I've seen. Now, you may have noticed that I was sitting at the table for dinner where Larry is sitting right now. But in order to see Larry give his remarks, I had to get to a table that was a little bit closer, Larry, just a little bit closer. So, no, it's great to be here. Here we are again, Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. Give yourselves a hand. This is always one of the premier events, not only for the city of Lorain, but for Lorain County. When you look back at the athletes and the coaches and the administrators, distinguished service folks that have been inducted into this Hall of Fame, it is truly incredible the amount of talent that has flowed through the city of Lorain. It's unbelievable. So this is something that I always look forward to. It's always great to greet old friends, as in longtime friends. I'm not referring to anybody's age out there. I've known some of these folks a long, long time. Some of the inductees tonight I actually called their games. That always makes me feel old. So, but it's a great class, and I say that every year, but it's incredible the amount of talent that has flowed through the city of Lorain. Now, I said it was great to see all of you. It was amazing as I came in tonight how many people said to me, boy, we're really sorry you had to be here tonight. Like I had anything to do with the Cavaliers and their opening series against the New York Knicks. So, you know, I could be calling NBA playoff basketball right now, but I'd rather be right here at Germans Villa, to be honest with you, and supporting the class of 2023. So I want to thank the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame for having me once again this year. And, of course, the biggest thanks goes out to Jay Ferguson. Jay allowing me to fill in for him tonight. He was going to be your master of ceremonies. So, Jay, thank you for letting me take the microphone here this evening. Now, before we get started, a couple of remarks. I don't know if all of you inductees are aware of this, but we are actually live streaming tonight. There are folks not only here in the room that are celebrating your honor this evening, but there are also folks watching online. This is going worldwide. So WLCS TV 20, Lorain City Schools Television, well represented here tonight. Joe Bach, that's B-O-C-K, if you want to let him know that he's doing a great job. Joe Bach, along with Jaden Morales. Now, last year there were about, 400 or so that were watching on the live stream, so we expect that number to grow exponentially here tonight. But Joe was also telling me before we got started that your YouTube channel, correct, surpassed 3 million viewers today. So think about everything that Joe and Jaden and the folks at TV 20 and the students who get unbelievable exposure and unbelievable an opportunity to work, in essence, and I've been in their studios a lot. It's a real live television station. The experience that they're gaining. To put that out there and have over 3 million views for all the good things that are going on in the city of Lorain and Lorain City Schools. Joe, to you and Jaden and everybody with TV 20, congratulations. That's just a remarkable achievement. So what do you say? Want to get the evening started and recognize the class of 23? All right, here we go. Well, once again, it's that time in the program where the Hall of Fame Committee proudly inducts the class of 2023 into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. Now, tonight, we will induct 8 athletes and coaches whose athletic achievements have earned them recognition, and 1 team whose achievements brought fame to their school's basketball program. Now, all of these inductees were nominated by the general public, and with that said, if any of you out there truly believe that there are individuals or teams who deserve consideration for future induction into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, please obtain and submit a nominating application to the Hall of Fame Committee. These inductees are not here tonight if they were not nominated. You have to nominate. So again, applications are available at the Hall of Fame Museum, which is located at Lorain High School, or on the Hall of Fame website. So if you feel there's somebody out there or a team, please nominate them. Now, one thing that I suggest is that you read the complete achievements of each inductee, which can be found in their biography in your program, because my introduction remarks are condensed and relatively brief, just like we hope all of your thank you remarks will be condensed and relatively brief. But you've earned this honor tonight. So before each inductee gives their acceptance speech, please turn your attention to the video screens where some very special people in the lives of the inductees will give a personal congratulations. So again, I will announce the inductee, go through their bio, and then before the inductee comes up to speak, we will turn our attentions to the video screen. So here we go, let's get it going. Our first inductee tonight, leading off this outstanding group, is Jeff Dudziak, Lorain High, class of 1994. Now, Jeff was a standout athlete that lettered in soccer, basketball, and football. The one year that he lettered in soccer was 1991, when Lorain didn't have the sport of football due to the school levy failing. Jeff had an outstanding high school football career, and following the conclusion of his senior season, he was contacted by an assistant coach at Division II Bemidji State University in Minnesota and offered a scholarship. In his first year at Bemidji, Jeff redshirted as a 175-pound tight end. Now, the coaches told Jeff if he wanted to see the field the following season, he would need to gain some weight. By the next season, Jeff had gained that weight and started at defensive end, and this is where he shined. He started the next 3 years at defensive end, and for his redshirt senior season, he started as a 245-pound defensive tackle, having the best year of his career. The team finished that year with the program's first winning season in 12 years and went on to have 10 straight winning campaigns. That senior class changed the entire culture, turning the program into a perennial power in their conference. After graduating college, Jeff married his college sweetheart, and in 2001, Jeff and his wife Marcia moved back to his hometown of Lorain, where he currently teaches physical education at Lorain High School. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jeff Dudziak into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, and we'll now turn our attention to the video screens.
Coach, you know anything about Jeff Dudziak? Hey, Coach, you know anything about Jeff Dudziak?
Jeff Dudziak? Well, of course I know stuff about Jeff Dudziak. You know, it reminds me of a story. I got this magazine in the newspaper, and I'm looking at it, and it's talking about all the coaches in the country and where they came from. And I look through there and I see Bemidji State, Minnesota. I said, man, that's a heck of a name to put on something, you know, Bemidji State. I never heard of that before. And I started looking down underneath it, and I see that the coach was from Amherst, Ohio. So I says, well, maybe I can call and get a hold of the coach. It's about 11 o'clock right now. I know that the secretary is going to answer the phone, but up until like 5 till 12. So I'll wait till 5 till 12 and I'll see if I can get the coach. Well, I called, the coach answered. And we talked for about 20, 25 minutes. And we had a real good talk. I talked everything about Dudziak. Being a team leader, and I told him, I said, you know, if you want him on offense, he'd probably be a great tight end for you. If you want him on defense, he'd be a good defensive end, or he'd be an outside linebacker, because he could probably play all those positions. He's quick, he can run, and he loves the weight room. I'm glad that secretary took her break at that particular time so I could talk to the coach. And yes, you always remember the good ones when you're coaching. Congratulations, Jeff. You're going to be inducted into the best group that Lorain has to offer. You're going to be joining a lot of great people.
Congratulations, Jeff. Sometimes you just amaze me. It's just funny, in my lifetime, I've been coached by Hall of Fame coaches. I've played with Hall of Fame players. I've played against Hall of Fame players. And now I can honestly say I have one in the family. Congratulations.
I remember, Jeff, when you were 7 and you had chicken pox, and you were playing soccer for Neil Summers, and he was calling me up saying, how is he doing? How is he doing? You know, I got to have my goalie. had to have my goalie for the international soccer tournament, international festival soccer tournament. And I think we should have had an inkling then when the coaches is calling the house when you're 7 that you were going to be a good athlete. We're so proud of you, honey. We love you, and we're always been your biggest fans. I'm getting teary.
First, I'd like to thank the Hall of Fame committee for their induction. I appreciate all the hard work that goes into keeping the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame tradition going. It seems like this event gets bigger and bigger every year. I'd like to thank my coaches, my teammates, and everyone that came tonight to support me. It's been nice to see some faces I haven't seen in a while. I'd like to thank my wife, best friend, Marcia. She was my biggest fan when I played college football. It's a little crazy, though, to me. She watched me play for 2 years, and she still doesn't understand football at all. Next, I'd like to thank my mom and dad. Anyone who's ever met my parents knows how great they are. Reflecting back on my childhood, I was a high-energy kid. My family used to refer to me as the Tasmanian devil. My parents always kept me busy. In elementary school, I remember playing soccer, baseball, bowling, swimming, gymnastics. I did a little bit of everything. My parents were at every one of my games, never spoke badly about any of my teammates or coaches, always told me good game, even when I didn't play well. Now, after raising 3 kids that play sports, I know how hard that is to do. I'd like to thank my brother Dan. My brother is 5 years older than me, and has always been a good role model. He always got good grades, graduated college. He always hung out with great guys. He played sports. I grew up watching him play soccer, basketball, football in the late 80s at Lorain High. Tons of great players. I wanted to do the same thing that he did when I got older. Getting inducted to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame has been a crazy experience for me so far. When I found out I got inducted, all my sports memories started coming back to me. I've practiced speeches the past 2 months in my head, in the shower, riding my bike, laying down, going to bed. It's crazy. Many of the speeches include stories I can't wait to talk about later with teammates, friends, and coaches. I don't want to have a 10-minute speech. But some of my stories include lifting with my brother and my dad, push-up football challenge with my buddy Dan Forbes, a football bouncing off my helmet in a 7th grade game, and my friends putting an X marks the spot on my helmet at the next practice. And one of the craziest one is I was doing a burnout in the LHS parking lot with my car. Only other car in the parking lot was my coach's car, and I lost control and I hit my coach's car. Who does that? One story I'll give a little taste of, though. Probably the best pep speech I've ever had, halftime speech, was from Mr. King. I don't remember the words, what he said. That's why I can't wait to talk to him later about it. But it was halftime of Elyria. He walked in the bathroom, and let's see if he grabbed some papers like this. And then we're sitting there, and all of a sudden he lights the paper on fire. So he's standing there talking, and we're sitting there looking at him. I don't know what he's saying. I'm just looking at the fire in his hand. I know it's burning it. I don't know, he talked about being a boy and becoming a man and how we had to do better. I don't know what it was. But the last thing, he said, "This is what men do." And he just ate it. And he put the fire out. We went crazy, and we ran out on the field. Looking forward to sharing more stories with you all later. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. and thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Every year, there's a Terry King story. I know, buddy. I know. I want you breathing fire out there. Breathing fire. Congratulations. T. King. Our second inductee in the regular category tonight is Kermetta Fulmer, Admiral King, class of 1977. Her early accomplishments in track and field began before high school in the Lorain City Amateur Athlete Union, AAU, Junior Olympics. The following year, she resumed competing and continued to place and set records in numerous events. Now, these events included the 1976 Westlake Relays, where she established the school record in the 100-yard dash, a record to this day that remains unbroken. Approaching state competitions, she set a new 100-yard dash record at sectionals and placed second at district. Kermetta's junior year culminated with a stellar performance at the Ohio State meet. She was crowned state champion in the 100-yard dash. Her accomplishment was recognized at that time by the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. As a senior, she continued to blaze trails and challenge records. Kermetta and her teammates catapulted to the OHSAA state competition and placed third in the 880 relay, while Kermetta also clinched a fifth place finish in the 200-yard dash and a second place finish in the 100-yard dash. That same year, Ms. Fulmer was named recipient of Admiral King's Athlete of the Year. Now, one of Kermetta's greatest honors extends beyond her athletic pursuits. In 1977, she was also runner-up for the Madeline Manning Jackson Award. Kermetta equally competed as a gymnast. She lettered all 4 years at the high school level. She attained numerous wins on the floor exercise and vault, where she advanced to regional competition. After high school, Kermetta accepted a 4-year athletic scholarship to attend Bowling Green University. And while at BG, she participated in the sprint relays and the 100-meter race. She later received her Master of Divinity at Ashland Theological Seminary. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, Kermetta Fulmer. And again, if we could turn our attention now to the video screens.
Every once in a while, you meet someone in your life that leaves a truly lasting impression. Going to high school with Kermetta, you always knew if you weren't smiling or having the best days, when you would see Kermetta, your whole mood for that day would change. Her positivity was infectious. During her career at Admiral King, there weren't many accolades she didn't receive, especially in the 1976 track and gymnastic season. She blazed a trail on the track circuit, capturing and bringing statewide recognition to our proud high school, winning the 100-yard dash, anchoring multiple relay teams, and becoming the first state titleist for Lorain Admiral King. She's obviously the greatest female athlete to ever grace the halls of Admiral King. She continued on to her senior year and became a true leader for the graduating class of 1977, garnering many individual class honors. Kermetta accepted a full track scholarship to Bowling Green University. She excelled on the track team there, setting multiple school records. I was fortunate enough to meet her parents, and I'm sure she'd agree with me that they were the role models to her success. With that, I'd like to congratulate you, Kermetta, on your induction into Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. God bless you for making me proud to be a former classmate and friend. Welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame.
To God be the glory for all the things that he has done. This is very much an honor. Wasn't certain if I was going to be here a few weeks ago within 24 hours. My face drooped and things began to happen, and I was diagnosed with temporary Bell's palsy. However, I am here. How about that? I want to, first of all, thank my parents they were at every meet. As a gymnast, I had been blessed to reach the advanced level. And every time I would do a double twist on the vault, my mother would go, oh! And I'm like, okay, Mommy, you can't do that at the meet. You can't do that, you know. But they have been so supported. I thank my family. I want to thank my track and field team. Part of them are here. Sonia Higginbotham, who is always the person that passed the baton to me since junior high. Yvonne Jeffries. We are a group of women that I do not believe ever got their due recognition because we made state every single year. That's what I'm talking about. I particularly want to thank a friend of mine, David Hogue, who nominated me 3 times, so I guess 3rd time's a charm. I have a special thank you to my gymnastics coach, to Leslie Kitzerow. Leslie Kitzerow is the only coach that I've ever had that knew how to coach Kermetta the person and Kermetta the athlete. And because we would travel, and I would be, in most instances, the only person competing at an advanced level that looked like me. And there were times we would go to meet and I would step on the floor and the room would be silent. Miss Kitzerow would grab me by the hand and she would say, but you got this, you've got this. Always wanted to make certain that Kermetta was good as a person, and then I could go out there and excel as an athlete. I want to thank everybody, the Hall of Fame, my parents, my family, my friends, track and field. Again, let's get more information out about the women. Much better now. Since 1975 and 76, we're much better. But I also want to say thank you because this has been a joy. After my high school and running, I got accepted to 22 schools. I got accepted to the #1 team in the country, Tennessee State, Tennessee Tiger Bells. I got accepted to 10 people that said, I'm going to make you an Olympiad. I went to one school, Tennessee State, which was the best in the country. We left, and I told my parents, I don't want to work that hard. Can't lie. I decided track and field, yes. I went and got a scholarship and was also offered a gymnastics scholarship even while I was in college. But I realized for me, track and field became secondary to achieving my academic dreams and pursuing my Master's of Divinity. And now I sit, my greatest honor off the track and my greatest race now is the fact that I sit on 3 national boards for cancer patients. I am a bone cancer thriver. I have had a bone marrow transplant, but I'm here. And now I have the opportunity to sit on 3 boards to make certain that people in underserved communities receive all the information they can about cancer and cancer research and receive the needs that they have. So thank you for the wonderful introduction. And for all my teammates, we're gonna get a petition and stand outside of Myers until until we get into the Hall of Fame.
Hell, I'll sign it right now if you want me to. That was one rousing speech, Frank. You've got a tough act to follow here. And I'm just telling. That was awesome. Awesome. Great job. All right, as I just said, Frank Owens will be our next inductee. Frank from Lorain Catholic, class of 1985. Now, Frank attended Lorain Catholic High School, and the coaches and teammates embraced Frank's talents, passion, and drive to excel. He was the ultimate teammate, always striving to personally get better and to make those around him better as well. Frank was moved up from the freshman football team, where he would letter and excel over the next 4 years. Frank would also excel in track and field, in which he would letter 2 years and qualify for the OHSAA state meet. He was on the 400 relay, in which the team finished 4th in Columbus. He then joined the Spartan baseball team and would letter and star as a pitcher, and at the plate, he was the MVP in that year's county all-star game. But it was in basketball that Frank would become one of the top players in Lorain Catholic's storied basketball history, and for that matter, Lorain County's. Elevated to the varsity in his freshman year, he played in all 25 games. Frank was an integral part of the Spartans as they went 20-5 and won their first district championship in 6 years. Frank would lead the Spartans to records of 22-3, 22-3, and 23-4 over the next 3 seasons. It would begin a streak of 4 straight district titles and Sweet 16 appearances, topped off with the 1985 trip to the state Final Four in Columbus. Frank would score a total of 1,441 points in his 4-year career, second only to Paul Wilson's 1,614. Frank received a basketball scholarship to Jacksonville State in Jacksonville, Alabama. Frank then returned to Lorain and entered Tri-C West in order to play baseball. He tried out with the then Cleveland Indians in the spring of 1988, but again was sidelined with an injury. Frank also played football with the Cleveland Thunderbolts, an Arena Football League team. Frank did it all. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame from Lorain Catholic class of 1985, Frank Owens. And if we could turn our attention to the videos.
Good evening, Frank. What a pleasure to see you with your mother, family, and friends at this wonderful banquet. It is truly an honor to congratulate you on your induction into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, and who have played a role in your basketball life. One of the highlights of my 37 years as a head coach was the 4 years of coaching you, Frank, and more just watching you at practice, refining your craft. You had a unique and a very special skills. People would ask me how it was coaching Frank Owens, and my answer defined the passion and work ethic of number 21. Frank would leave the locker room, and once he crossed onto the LC court, it was game on. Frank was all business, all work, and no nonsense. He practiced as if it was a game, and this passion, this approach, inspired his teammates to follow suit. That, my friends, is leadership, and it led to 4 20-win seasons, 4 district titles, Sweet 16 appearances, and a trip to Columbus. Frank would play in 101 games and join stars like LeBron James and Jim Jackson in playing in 4 regional tournaments in the state of Ohio. So on this night, Frank, I welcome you to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame.
The funnest job I ever had in my life was the first job I ever had in my life, being the ball boy for my dad's basketball teams. About my third or fourth year on the job, Frank Owens arrived at Lorain Catholic. He was turning 15 years old, I was turning 9, but 6 years is a huge difference at that age. I mean, I was struggling with learning how to write cursive, and Frank was already reverse dunking a basketball with 2 hands. But that's why my job was great. I was able to talk to, goof around with, shoot around with. I got to touch my heroes. I was lucky enough to not only have a front row seat to watch Frank Owens play over 100 varsity basketball games. Oftentimes, I had a seat near him on the bus, or a chair next to him at my mom's legendary steak dinners. I got to get him water at timeouts, throw him a towel at halftime. As simple as rebounding for him, practicing free throws, to asking him to do some insane dunks for me on request after a practice session. I was always Frank Owens' ball boy for the 4 years he was at LC because he started all 4 years. No player had ever done that in LC history. To me, he was bigger than life. I was never not in awe of Frank. He was funny, quick-witted, polite, confident. He had a great laugh. Everybody gravitated toward Frank until it was time to guard him. Then nobody wanted anything to do with Frank. Sure, Frank was a standout athlete physically. That was blatantly obvious to anyone or anything with the sense of sight. But to me, from the front row seat I had, the reason he'll always be considered one, if not the very best athlete in Lorain City history, is because what he was beyond his athleticism. Frank was a standout teammate. He was consummately unselfish while still being able to carry the team on his shoulders. His competitiveness was contagious to the players he played with and frightening to the players he played against. He was a natural floor leader on day one as a freshman, and he was a coach on the floor by his junior year. Still today, if I'm ever asked by someone, hey, who's your childhood sports hero? Assuming I'll answer with somebody famous like Magic or Jordan, I say Frank Owens. So then they have to ask me who that is, and I get to tell them everything I just said here, but with way more stats and specifics that the Sports Hall of Fame won't let me bore you with. So Frank, congratulations on your special deserving night, honoring all you accomplished and all you gave on the court and field of play, recognizing the excitement, enthusiasm, and entertainment you brought to the game every single day. And in closing, I want to offer a very, very special thanks for allowing this little ball boy to be touched by a real-life hero and giving me countless memories from a childhood I'll never forget. Welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, Frank Owens. You deserve it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Owens, Lorain Catholic, class of 1985.
Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, thank you so much. Thank you to good night. After all of this, I thank you so much for everything that you said. It hit home. I feel like Barry Bonds up here. It's been a long time, but I understand it, and I'm really humble and I'm thankful. But tonight for me, it's not even about stats. Everybody seemed to have told it all, talked about it. To me, it's about who can you help today? I don't even want to talk about myself. I'd rather talk about all of us. Time is short. Everybody in here has had some help one time or another, and we're still getting help. I don't care if we come dressed, rich, poor. You need some help. So please, never be afraid to ask for help and see who you can help today. That's what my grandmother would always say. Who can you help today? I never understood it. But when I seen her make butterball cookies and take them across the walk and help somebody else but give them a church pamphlet, I understood she was fishing and trying to help somebody. So please help somebody today. I won't talk about my stats, but what I will do is thank the people that has been in my life. First and foremost, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you so much. Definitely my father, Frank Owens Sr. I didn't understand it, but I do now. He was a tough man, but still loving man. And I thank him so much. All the people that came through and helped. 3 black coaches at a young age. Mr. Doug Grayson, Mr. Doug Taylor, and Mr. Houston Love, that gave me the wisdom and gave me the knowledge of things to come in my life. And I just want to say thank you, because everything that you said was so true. Mr. Jackson, all the inductees, I thank you for the ones that came before me and the ones that are going to come after me. You got to help somebody else. You just have to. The Straka family, Mr. Bill Tippy, for believing in me. From Karen to the mother, to the Straka brothers, to the Elwells, to Chris Kelly, to the law heads. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for bringing me into your house and showing me love. And it wasn't just about that steak dinner. It was about that camaraderie and that love. Since I was a freshman all the way up to my senior year, I appreciate that so much. But I knew after we ate, we were going to have to whoop some. Sorry, Mama, I didn't say it. I want to thank Dr. Ron Lanowski, Miss Alice Wersch, and her son and their family, the Januzis, the Parisis, all the LC family, the fans that showed up since I was a freshman, all the way to my senior year. Man, we played for you like no other. Mr. Pope, I love you and thank you, man. Ever since the 7th grade, I would rush to hear my name on that radio. I just couldn't wait. So I thank you so, so much. To all my people I'm from the 21 Street Projects, but I've seen some of the best athletes coming up where I lived. The Goshens, the Jeters, the Smiths, Tyrone Lovett, a lot of other, Roger Smith. Oh my God, the Waltons, the whole family. Thank all of you. My aunties, I know what love is. I thank God for you and what your mother showed you. My grandmother, the best grandmother I believe in the world for me, to show me love since I was little, all the way up to now. You're wild and crazy, but I still love you. My children, I'm so proud of each and every one of you. So unique, so beautiful. I thank God for you. I thank God for my mama. That's the Hall of Famer. It's the best Hall of Famer, the only legend that had me since she birthed me. There's nobody else like you. I thank God for everything that you've done, everything that you went through, everything that you put up with, the choices that we made. We made them together, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I also thank Mr. Coach Gillum, one of the coaches that I knew since I was 6th grade. I'm sorry things didn't work out the way we thought they would, but sometimes you make choices in life. It was kind of hard going to Lorain Catholic, but coming back home and hearing Admiral King's band play and waking you up in the morning. And for 4 years, I was real different. But the real story, you'll hear about it in a book one day. But thank you all for coming out. God bless you. I just want to say #21, Frank Owens Jr., HOF for life. God bless you.
Good. Great job, Frank. Congratulations. Our next inductee in the regular category, from the Mats, Robert Taylor, Southview, class of 1988. Now, Robert Taylor got involved in wrestling in 6th grade in the spirit of sibling competition after his brother, G.T. Taylor, began wrestling in junior high. His strength, quickness, and agility set Robert up for success in his junior high career, where he had a combined record of 23-0 in 2 years while wrestling for coaches Ricky Hands and Ron Majors. With the Whittier program, Robert became a city and county champ. Robert was one of the top wrestlers to come out of Southview's storied history on the wrestling mats. He is one of only 4 wrestlers in school history to qualify for the state tournament on 3 different occasions, and he won a state championship as a junior in 1987. Now, as a senior, Robert placed 2nd in the state, which helped the Southview team achieve a 3rd place finish overall. During his junior and senior seasons, Robert placed in the top 2 in every single tournament the team entered. After high school, Robert wrestled at Edinburgh University for 2 years. He wrestled under legendary coaches Mike Deanna and Bruce Baumgartner, who was a 2-time Olympic champion. Robert went 28-11 as a true freshman. Robert completed 1 final year at Morgan State before his wrestling career came to an end due to an injury. But ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame class of 2023 from Southview High School, Robert Taylor. And again, if we could direct our attention to the video.
Hey, brother, I love you, man. Hey, I am without words about this moment. I will find a way to share with you my thoughts briefly so that you can get back to enjoying your moment. The things that come to mind right away are me and you growing up in Fulton Homes projects as little boys and really never imagining how our lives would turn out. But to see that, you know, some 40 plus years later, that you and I both became state wrestling champions for Lorain Southview, both went on to college, competed, and now both of us are being inducted, you currently and me previously, as distinguished members of the Lorain County Hall of Fame. Your body of work speaks for itself, Robert. I'm so proud of what you've done. I know it's been a long time coming, and I know you wondered if you'd ever make it here or if it was ever meant for you. But just so you know, it is, and it was meant for you. And today, many of your peers are standing around in celebration of this moment to honor you and your body of work. And I want you to know, brother, I stand in that long list and that long line with everyone else of people who want to just say congratulations and job well done, sir. I love you, brother. Congratulations.
All right, Robert, one of the unbelievable wrestlers that we had at Southview. He was surrounded by a number of people too, with his brother pushing him, and a great honor for him to come into the Lorain Hall of Fame. And when he was at Southview, you know, you take these outstanding athletes, all you do is let them go. We had 6 kids qualify for the state that year, and those are all wrestling partners. If anybody knows anything about wrestling, if you got one tough kid, and they're going to have a tough kid around them. But now we had 6 that qualified his senior year. That, you know, when you're surrounded by athletes like that, it's either get tougher or get out. And he had the mindset to really put on a show. He loved performing in front of people.
Robert was a gifted wrestler. He worked hard, though. I'll give him credit, though. That group we had, they would be out running the streets at night, just legging up.
Oh, you might have said that a little wrong. Not running the streets, just running.
I mean, running with Gerald along his side, and the rest of them running the parks. And
yes, that's better. But yeah, he was so outstanding at. He walked through the sectionals and the districts. I think he took 4th the year that he won it in the district, but then he came back and took 2nd in the state. But there ain't a whole heck of a lot you can say wrong with Robert. One thing. What did he have to do though, Tommy?
We had to tape him. We had 3 different kinds of tape, but we had to tape Robert. If he had an injury or whatever, we had to tape his knuckles.
Every hand, every finger.
I mean, I don't care what it was. That's what he was known for. I mean, he'd go out there, he had tape on this knuckle, this knuckle. I don't know how he moved his hands, but he did.
How long do you think he's going to have his speech for?
Oh, I don't know. You better put a time clock up there. I guarantee you better put a time clock and go bink. Because I'll tell you what, Robert could be a preacher. Robert could be a lot of things.
Yeah, he could talk.
He can talk.
Oh, you will hear him. You will definitely. But he had never had a lack of confidence in himself. So, but it was a pleasure having Robert and all of the guys.
Yep, that's for sure.
Wow, Wilbur Lewis came up to me, great wrestler from Elyria High, state champion, is here in the building today, sharing this occasion with us, our Elyria Sports Hall of Fame brothers. Man, I'm overwhelmed that he came up to me. I looked at that picture in the showcase of him every time we went to Elyria High to wrestle, every single time, and I said, who is this guy? But he's bad. And I want to be like him. I had so many people that I wanted to be like. Al McKinney, right over there. Wanted to be like Al McKinney. Grew up. We talked earlier. He didn't even know I played football with him when I was little. We was out in the neighborhood playing football as little kids. You know, I am overwhelmed with what my brother did. And what the Hall of Fame and what you guys put together, Rick Hands, Dan Turnus, Tommy Turnus. I'm overwhelmed what you guys did. I wanted to see my brother today. It's been a long time since I've seen him. He's in Arizona and he's handling his business with his family and his children. And I love him and I respect him as a man, as an athlete. And I wanted to be like him too, just like I wanted to be like all these other great athletes that I grew up around. And there's a lot. We have a culture, not only in South Lorain, but Lorain, not only as an athlete or a wrestler, but we have a culture where we reach back and we go back and we help. And that's always been my goal, is to come back and help. Because no, I never thought that I was good enough to be here, to be on those mats. Almost sometimes I didn't feel like I was good enough for life. But my mom made me feel like I was great enough for life. And I thank my mother for that. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thank God for putting a woman like that and people like you and Dan and Tommy and my brother and more. There's more people here than I could ever, say thank you enough to. You guys are awesome. I see you. I remember your faces. Some I don't remember your names, but I remember the times. And the culture at Southview, that wrestling culture was contagious. If you got close to it, you caught fire. And one thing that Tommy said and Dan said, that we had a room full of hammers. And one thing we always said was, be the hammer, not the nail. Do you guys understand what that means? So when I say be the hammer, can you say not the nail right afterwards? Be the hammer. Not the nail. Don't be that nail. For so many weeks and days, I was that nail. Wrestling against Gerald G.T. Taylor was horrible. Wrestling against Anthony Country Taylor was miserable if you didn't like to fly because he was always throwing you through the air. We had hammer after hammer after hammer, and I was the nail. But I wanted to change my mind, and I wanted to change my mentality, because I am good enough to be on that wrestling mat, and I am good enough to be a state champion, and I am good enough for life. And I'm gonna be the hammer. It took a little while, and it took some refining. And I became a hammer. I became a hammer. I was just a bunch of nails beaten down and recycled and made into a metal hammer. And I went out there, and I kept my mentality straight, and I knew I was good enough, and I won a state championship. I took second too. I took second too, by 1 point. The referee gave it to him, okay? And I ain't mad at the ref no more. And I'm not mad at the wrestler anymore. And I'm not mad because I'm not a two-time state champion anymore, because life is bigger than that. Show people that you have flaws. Show them that you are good enough even though you have your flaws. I took 5 minutes. I'm sorry. My bad. Okay? But I had to let you know. Lorain, man, it took a long time for us to get here. Great athletes like my man right here. You know, Frank Owens should have been in the Hall of Fame the day after he graduated high school. Tell me I'm lying. But now we're here in the class of 2023, and we in there for life. We are immortalized. You are now immortal, class of 2023. Your name will not be forgotten. Your accolades will not be dismissed. I thank you guys for coming here. I thank my kids. I love you. Asia, Gabriel, Halo, Reagan. I love you guys. You guys are the reason why I do what I do. It's just being a dad. That's all I do. That's all I live for. But reach back. Do what they tell you to do. Nominate somebody. Go through the process. Don't make people wait. Even if they want to wait, don't make them wait. Nominate them. Okay? Hey, I love you guys. I spent my time. Amy, baby, my fiance, Amy Schulich, best thing that ever happened to me in my whole life. Can't wait to marry her. Can't wait to spend the rest of my life with her. Can't wait to spend the rest of my life with my brothers and sisters in the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. Thank you.
What was that, Frank? Now I have the tough act to follow, right? Man, I thought Fred the Hammer Williamson was the hammer, but Robert, you're the hammer, man. You are definitely the hammer. Please don't make me the nail. I'm just asking you, please. So, we now move on as our next two inductees come to us. What, Tom? Did I miss my script?
It's under the nail.
Christina, I'm missing your script. Christina's going in, trust me, folks. It may be on the table. Now I'm really the nail, aren't I? Ah, Christina, we didn't forget about you. Our next inductee, Christina Jackson, Southview, class of 2003. Yeah, sometimes you got to keep them in suspense, that's all. It's a radio trick. All right, Christina Jackson is arguably one of the best basketball players that has ever played in the city of Lorain. Yes, she holds the record for points in a single season, 435. Field goals in a season, 160. Made free throws in a season, 115. And rebounds in a season, 258. During her senior year, Christina was named first team All-Lorain County, first team All-Lake Erie League, first team All-Northeast Lakes District, Lorain County Division I Player of the Year, the Morning Journal's Player of the Year, All-Ohio Honorable Mention, and Lorain County Miss Basketball. Christina also led her team to Southview's first ever district championship in 2003, where she scored 28 points in the championship game against Lorain Admiral King, including making a buzzer beater to win that game. I think I called that game. That buzzer beater just so happened to be Christina's 1,000th career point. Christina received a scholarship to continue her basketball career at Gannon University, where she became a 3-time All-American. She led Gannon to the Great Lakes Championship and the second round of the NCAA tournament as a senior. She was inducted into Gannon's Hall of Fame in 2007, where she is considered one of the top 3 players in Gannon's illustrious history. After graduating from Gannon, Christina went on to play professionally in Holland and Germany. Christina, I'm sorry to make you wait, but let's welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame from Southview, class of 2003, Christina Jackson.
Christina, Coach Feldman here. So excited to be a part of your special night. Been knowing each other for so long. We've been through so much. You've been through, your playing career and your coaching career, and now your professional career, and went through the passing of your father, and it just we've become close friends, and so excited I could be a part of this tonight. You've been, a lot of times people have asked me over the years, who was your best player, and I always try to stay away from that because I've had so many good players through the years, and I don't want to, offend anybody, so to speak. But I always come back to, after him and Hall and play around for a couple minutes, I always come back to you because you had that one special, that it factor where you were always my hardest working kid in the gym. You were the first kid in the gym every day. You were the last kid to leave. You always called me up and wanted to come in and put extra work in, and it really paid off in the way that your career developed as it went through. You and your buddies got me my one and only district championship in 2003, and we've just been through so much. And then a few years later, you came and actually coached for me for a year, and that was a fantastic experience for me. And we had a great time together, but just really, really swelling with pride as a coach and kind of a basketball father to you through the years that we even talked today, and just means a whole lot to me that you've accomplished this fantastic achievement. So Stretch, super proud of you and love you forever.
Congratulations, Christina. I'm so proud of you for being inducted into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. You were one of the best volleyball players to come through Southview, and I was so lucky to be the one that got to coach you. I'm so happy for you and your family. Congratulations, Christina.
All right. Thank you for that. That just made this all so much more special and an honor to be up here. So I had originally planned on coming up here and making sure that somewhere in the speech I told y'all that I still got it like I did back in the day. And if you didn't believe me, I'd be willing to challenge you to a game of one-on-one. So I can show you some of my signature moves like I did back in the day, back you down on the block, do some up and unders or my spin move, something like that. But then a couple of months ago, I got a reality check. I was playing in my rec league and called myself doing a crossover and heard my knee pop. And I'm like, at this point, I thought I tore every ACL, MCL, meniscus, patella tendon, any ligament I can think of in my knee. Then I'm like, crap, I got this induction ceremony in a couple months and for playing basketball and being all athletic, and I'm gonna need to limp my way up there with a crutcher, a scooter, a walker, stretcher, something. But then getting through my MRI scan, my results came back and just told me that I'm old. I had a few banged up ligaments that told me, Christina, 40 years is around the corner. I just need to sit down. And I have my mom to thank for that. She's constantly telling me to sit down. But she's been such a huge support to me over the years. I guess it's okay if she's trying to save my body now. And so now we're all good. No one-on-one challenges needed for now from you guys. So now that you guys know how grateful I am to physically walk up here and receive this honor, I just really want to thank everybody who played a part in making this event happen, those who voted, all of my friends and family who are here today to support me. It means so much to see you guys here, catch up with you, talk with you. And then I also want to just acknowledge the ones who weren't able to come, and then those who are no longer with us, like my dad, my aunts, uncles, grandparents. And hopefully they're proud looking down on me in spirit right now. So really, I just want to take this time to reflect about some of the highlights that come to mind over the years of playing ball, and tell you how sports have molded my life and made me into the person that I am today. My first highlight being when me and my longest best friend, Sasha, who's here today, we walked into a skills camp at Southview High School. And we were fresh out of 8th grade from North Coast Christian Academy. And Coach Feldman, who was working the camp, saw us play a little bit and asked us what high school we were going to. At that time, it wasn't Southview, but by the time we both started high school, we were at Southview. I love my time there where volleyball, basketball, track was my rotation to grow to love sports in general. I had Coach Griff, Coach Kelly, Coach Feldman, Coach D. Those were all of my sports leaders who helped mold me into the athlete I was there. And like you guys saw and heard from, Admiral King was that rivalry school that everybody played their A game. And why? Because pretty much all Lorain County came to that game. So when I hit that last second shot, that is definitely a highlight of feeling like March Madness literally was in Lorain County. So many good memories with that. I love that I was able to move forward in playing college ball. It was Coach Wright who came to one of my high school all-star basketball games. And I questioned how he even wanted to recruit me after watching the all-star game because I didn't play well at all. I remembered us playing that game like an NBA all-star game, just goofing off and trying moves we never did or did during the season, doing alley-oop layups and things like that. So good thing I did get that Miss Basketball honor before the game started, so he didn't think I was that bad of a player. Looking back at those 4 years with Coach Wright's support, it was a great staple in my career to move on and play professionally and get inducted into their Hall of Fame too. I had a blast while I was overseas, playing in a different country and playing a sport that I love so much. At a young age, I was able to learn a new culture, new ways of living. They even provided me a team car where I looked inside, saw it had 2 pedals on the floor and a stick in the middle. I'm like, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to learn to drive with 2 feet. And I had my overseas coach that made me a captain, and that was another time where I'm like, okay, gotta get my team together. They gotta teach me how to count to Dutch in 10 so I can lead the team stretching and in their language and fit in there too. The atmosphere of the games when I was overseas was amazing. The crowds were wild. It reminded me of what you see when you watch the European teams play their football games. AKA their soccer games. My sister Tiffany, she was the only one to get to see a regular season game while I was overseas, and I played my butt off to make you proud. So many good memories with all of my support of my family. So playing basketball has motivated me to be competitive in my personal life. Anything that could be ranked, turn into a game. I want to win. I want to finish on top. I've turned into a go-getter with a get-it-done mentality, and my competitive skills have even helped me move quickly up in my banking career over the years, where I now manage a big group of tellers. And because I'm so sports-minded too, I don't even look at my employees as my employees. They are my team, and I'm not only their manager, I am their coach. So hopefully that me sharing some of these great memories and highlights of my life put things in perspective on how much I value the opportunities that just came with playing a sport, and how basketball has molded me as a person. I'm forever grateful for these experiences I've had, the relationships I've gained, and the love for those who have supported me now and over the years. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Christina. Sorry I made you wait. I apologize for that. Although, I am truly sorry, but there was no need to besmirch the NBA All-Star game. Now, those guys are playing defense all night long. They're locked down, giving it their all out, even if the score is 190 to 183, I think was this year's NBA All-Star game. But no, outstanding remarks. Thank you, Christina. Now, am I safe, Tom? Yes, all right. So now we move on to the senior category. Now, the senior category is available for any nominee 65 years or older. Previous names for this category have been pre-1950 and the old timers. I'm getting pretty close to that old timers category. I'm glad you changed the name of that. So, senior category. So the first senior category inductee tonight, Michael Wayne Jackson, Admiral King, 1972. How many tables did you buy? 6 tables. On behalf of the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, we thank you for your support. Well, it was in the basement of Hawthorne Junior High that Wayne learned to wrestle. It was there that future judge Jim Burge, then a first-year teacher, saw the potential in Wayne. He took him to the old mats that were stored in the basement, and the rest is history. In his senior year, 1972, Wayne was set to tear up Northeast Ohio. He won just about everything there was to win that year. Wayne ended the year with a record of 25-2 and first place at the Pioneer Invitational, Buckeye Conference, Sectional, and Districts. The biggest surprise at the state tournament that year took place when Wayne was upset in the last 6 seconds of the championship match. The second place is still the record for the highest placement of any Admiral King wrestler. Bill Pearson restarted a wrestling program at Lorain County Community College, and he recruited Wayne to join the team. The team wrestled in 7 tournaments that year, and Wayne took the championship in 6 of them and was second in the other. His overall record was 33-3. He won the regional championship and qualified for the season-ending national tournament. Wayne has been inducted into the Lorain County Wrestling Coaches and Officials Hall of Fame, not only for his wrestling achievements, but also for his 35 years of coaching experience. He has also coached football, baseball, and again, for over 30 years, wrestling. Wayne was also instrumental for starting youth wrestling in Lorain. He has been previously inducted into the Hall of Fame as a coach for the great 1993 Southview wrestling team. Wayne was given credit for helping develop some of Southview's very best wrestlers, many, of course, who went on to win state championships. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Wayne Jackson from Admiral King, class of 1972, into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame.
Wow, long overdue. Congratulations to Wayne Jackson. He's what an athlete he was, great athlete. Jackson, what do you want now?
No, you didn't with the video program going on, Danny.
Hey, you're ruining our camera time.
He's not supposed to know.
What did he say?
He said you're full of shit. You just want to know if I got the pictures stuff? Yeah. And I told Tommy, I said, Tommy, you're crazy. So.
Yeah, oh, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. I was having some breakfast here, and I was just out.
You mean brunch? You mean brunch? You didn't get out of bed. What time?
Make heavyweight? Could you still make?
Yeah, I can make heavyweight.
Yeah, right. I've seen you at World King.
I can make heavyweight. Yes, I can make heavyweight.
Okay.
Actually, you could probably make 180 if you, worked at it.
What's the maximum weight in heavyweight now?
275.
No, 285. 285, I think.
The maximum weight?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, what I have to lose weight.
We'll get you. We'll let you go with Big Daddy. We'll let you go with Big. You can wrestle off Big Daddy Hamilton.
All right,
we'll see you. Bye. Bye. Wayne Jackson, man, what can you say about Wayne Jackson? What an addition to our coaching staff back when he came over. We had some outstanding coaches there, and then he just boosted our staff's unbelievable. I mean, you're taking a head coach, and actually we had 3 head coaches, myself and Tommy and Wayne, and then you throw in Pepe, who was one of the top assistant coaches in the state. Billy Kopp was in with us at the time. What an addition to our coaching staff with the knowledge of what an athlete. He should have probably been in the Hall of Fame on his own thing years ago with the baseball, the wrestling, second in the state in wrestling, and football. He's an outstanding football player. I was talking to Pepe last night at one of our ball games, and he says, my goodness, Wayne should have been in just on his own athletic ability. Quite an addition, great addition for the Hall of Fame. And I know he's so appreciative of it. But when he came over, that was, I don't know, 92 or something, and we took second in the state in 92, 93. It just came together. I mean, we had a family atmosphere, but it came together with him working on the upper weights. And hey, we had a couple kids that were pretty hard to handle at that time, and he just took a liking to them. And he was our bodyguard really with them, and he just helped them out all the way along. And I was so happy that he came over, and I think it was probably some of the best years of his life that, taking second in the state and having it mixed in with our mix of South Lorain people and South Lorain people. He just fit in outstandingly. But
he was a good-hearted guy. He just fit in. I used to even wrestle with him, getting ready for tournaments and just monkeying around. He could have a good time. Our kids always had a good time. And with Wayne, he fit right in with them. He worked with anybody. I don't care if it was little weights or upper weights, but mentally he helped out a lot. He worked with our kids a lot, and I enjoyed it.
Well, you talk about upper weights. He was instrumental with me getting the bidding program going. We had the bidding program, and not surely exactly what year it was, but man, we got that thing started, and he just took off with that. And we had an outstanding youth program and a bidding program that we'd have tournaments at Southview that maybe 200 entries, 300 entries, and that was a lot back in the late late 80s and the early 90s. But you talk about he wanted to work with the heavyweights. He was just as good with the younger kids. I don't know if they were afraid of him or what because he was so big and broad, but he was just real good with the little kids, and so we went to a number of tournaments and had tournaments there. Congratulations to Wayne Jackson. Welcome addition to Lorain Sports Hall of Fame.
Indeed, Wayne Jackson from Southview High School.
I don't know if I can follow these inductees, especially Robert Taylor. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Wayne Jackson, but some of you know me as Stonewall. First and foremost, I would like to give the glory to God for making it possible for me even to be here today. I would also like to thank the Lorain Hall of Fame Committee for inducting me. It is such an honor and pleasure being here with all the other inductees tonight. I was introduced to wrestling when I was in the 8th grade. Even though baseball was my favorite sport, I didn't know anything about wrestling at Hawthorne Junior High School back in 1968. One of my teachers pulled me aside would always talk to me about wrestling. And as it was said, he would take me down in the basement of a dungeon, pull out these mats that they had hanging on the wall that had no padding in them. And he began to show me different wrestling techniques. But once he showed me what a crossface was, and it brought tears to my eyes and snot running down my nose, I forgot everything he had told me. And that former teacher, since turned my friend and attorney, is Mr. Jim Burge. I don't know whether he's here or not today, but Jim Burge, I would like to thank you for introducing me to wrestling. In 1968, my brother, O.C. Charles Jackson, was drafted into the military. At the end of his senior year, prior to leaving, he made a statement in a Lorain Journal stating that he hoped I would join the wrestling team once I got to Air McKean. Once I read that article, it meant more to me because I never knew that my brother wrestled. When I first got to Lorain, Air McKean as a 9th grader, I didn't want to disappoint my big brother, so that winter, I went to the gym to sign up for wrestling. As I first walked in, all the boys was climbing these ropes, thick ropes hanging from the ceiling. So that's not for me. So I didn't sign up. I didn't sign up until my 10th grade year, even though I signed up for football and baseball. Being a young kid, I didn't understand how important conditioning actually was. During my 10th grade year, we had a new coach coming to the high school by the name of Ray Cornpros. And I would like to give all the thanks to him for making it all my wrestling skills in high school and molding me into the top tier wrestler as I became second in the state of Ohio at 160-pound weight class. I would also like to thank Bobby Cazzato. I don't know how Bobby would do it, but in the state wrestling tournament semifinals, you would only allow one coach on the mat in the chair. Out of all these people that's yelling and screaming, I recognized this voice, and it was Bobby Cazzato kneeling beside the mat. Wayne, get up off your ass and wrestle. And if you knew Bobby Cazzato, you didn't want to disappoint him. So after returning home from West Virginia State College, I received a call from Bill Pearson, the former head coach of Elyria High School. He was telling me he wanted to start up a wrestling program at Lorain Community College. He asked if I would join him, along with Gene Madison, Ricky Lewis, Gus Ristis, a.k.a. the Cat, Mike Singer, a.k.a. the Bull, Bob White, Tim Swagger, and Daryl Hamilton, a.k.a. Big Daddy. My question for him was, is this a joke? A dream team of state champions? Hell yes. We only had 9 on the wrestling team, in which you actually needed 13 wrestlers to complete a lineup. We were known around the league as the Magnificent Seven. My first tournament at community college, I weighed 180 pounds. I don't know what happened, baby. But on this team, I had to wrestle at 190. I lost track there a minute, y'all. We were known as around the league as the Magnificent Seven. My first tournament at Lorain Community College, I wrestled at 180, but on this team, I had to wrestle up to 190 weight class. I lost my first tournament in overtime because I ran out of gas due to my conditioning and stamina not being there. At practice one day, Gus Ristis, Gus Richard says to me, "Hey, Stonewall, do you know what your topic of conversation was at our dinner table?" I said, "No. What was it? Was it past the chicken or the cornbread?" He laughed and said, "No. It was about you." I said, "Really? What about me?" He said, "Yes. My dad said if you would spend more time on your conditioning, no one would be able to beat you." I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yes." So Gus and I began to work on my conditioning. We would run the hill behind the college, and when the weather was bad, we would run underneath the gym, underneath the college, in the tunnels. The next 6 tournaments, the next 6 tournaments, I went on to win first place. I did not lose another match until the Nationals in Worthington, Minnesota, because my second day of arriving there, I came down with a cold. I ended up finishing the season strong with a 33-3 record with 6 championships and 1 second. So thank you, Daddy Ristis, for noticing. In fact, I needed more conditioning. It lit a fire in me. Special thanks goes out to the following peoples. Paul Beaver for helping me to become a better football player and earning a scholarship to attend West Virginia State College. Bill Providence for encouraging me to become a high school wrestling coach. Athletic Director Fred Churchill and Houston Love for supporting me and giving me the opportunity to coach. My best friend is not unable to be here today. Larry Campana was one of my teammates and friends on the wrestling team at Admiral King. I'd like to thank him for being my biggest supporter when I became the head coach at the high school. Dan and Tom Turnus, man, I never call you guys on the phone again. For giving me the opportunity to become part of the Southview Saints wrestling family. What a great ride we all had. And we produced some superstar athletes who placed second in the state as a team. Just to name a few, Juggy Franklin, Jimmy James, Hector P.V. Mendez, Ishmael and Alshie Williams, Wilby Nixon, and Frankie Pagan. I also would like to thank Tom Bauer, Rick Hans, and Dan Gilsey, and Gary Huff. Thank you all for what you have done to assist me in being selected as one of the inductees into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. And last and not least, a very special thanks goes out to a very special man, someone that I have the utmost respect for and I love dearly. There aren't enough words that I can say about him when I received the call that I was being inducted into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. It was like receiving a call from the President of the United States. But it was even better. It was Mr. Pope. Thank you, Mr. Popio, AKA Jim Allen. You are truly a legend. I would also like to thank my family and friends for attending this evening to share this special moment with me. Thank you, and I love you all. And lastly, I just want to say, in the words of the late, great Romy Harris, aka X19, what the hell took you so long? But I know you saved the best for last. May God bless and good night.
Congratulations. I hope that cheering section doesn't go anywhere. Now I got to tell you, you folks are making a lot of noise for Mr. Michael Wayne Jackson, but I know there's a lot of people here for Mr. Bruce Minnick as well. Is that not the case? It's close. It's close between these two. Our next senior inductee, Bruce Minnick, St. Mary's, 1963. I was born in 1963. Wow. Who just said that? Someone said I'm still looking good. I used to be 180 myself there, Mike, so. All right, Bruce Minnick, St. Mary's, class of 1963. Now, Bruce was an excellent student and an outstanding all-around athlete in football and basketball. Bruce made a winner of all the SMH basketball teams he starred on. His team record for 4 years was 58 wins against 12 losses. He cared more about the number of rebounds he got than the points he scored. In 1963, Bruce had the best rebounding average per game in Lorain County. He finished his career with an average of 20.6 rebounds per game. That's Jokic-like. So with his excellent rebounding skills and outlet passes, Bruce spearheaded St. Mary's offensive scoring. His rebounding led to a fast break offense that resulted in many of his team's points. Bruce usually played his best games against St. Mary's most outstanding opponents. In his junior year against Lorain High, Bruce scored 25 points and hauled down 25 rebounds to lead St. Mary to their first win against Lorain in 37 years. Because of Bruce's strength, toughness, and rebounding prowess, he was nicknamed the Big Ox by his first varsity coach, George Simonovich. Bruce was also an excellent scorer. He was a high point man in his junior year and scored 378 points for an average of 17.2 his senior season. His specialty was tip-ins, which he says should count not only for points, but also for an extra rebound. You just want to pad those stats, don't you, Bruce? Now, in 1963, under the guidance of first-year head coach Jim Lawhead. Jim Lawhead, 63 was your first-year head coach. Bruce spearheaded St. Mary's to its most excellent basketball season. The team would win 18 games, beat rival Elyria Catholic twice, finish second in the North Central Conference, win the Clearview sectional title, win the Canton Class A district title, and reach the Sweet 16 for the first time in school and city history. Bruce was selected as a North Central Conference All-Star, and he was honorable mention All-Ohio. Bruce was also named the MVP on his team for outstanding leadership. It's been a wait, Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, Bruce Minnick from St. Mary's, 1963.
Good evening, Bruce, and congratulations on your induction into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. It is with great honor that I have the pleasure to recognize your outstanding talents and achievements at St. Mary's High School those many years ago. And I must add, it is truly a special treat to be able to be here with you, your family, your teammates, and members of the class of 1963. As a first-year coach, I was able to see firsthand your unique talents. Not only were you one of the all-time great rebounders, but you were also the team's second leading scorer and our leading free throw shooter. An interesting trio for a 6'4" postman. Very well done. And what a first year it was. After a 2-2 start, you led us on a 14-game winning streak, including 2 victories over rival Elyria Catholic. We would proceed to win the Clearview Sectional and advance to the district at the Canton Fieldhouse. Victories over Badger and Pymatuning Valley would send us on to the district title, the first in the city of Lorain since Lorain High in 1923. 40 years past. Bruce, the Minnick family has always had a special place in my life. A good friend of your dad, Chuck, a teammate of older brother Chaz on the 55 Irish football team, and coach of younger brothers, Mike, Mark, and his son, Morgan, and Paul. I'm sure it is rewarding to join teammate Mike Gormley in the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, and also to have so many other teammates and classmates here to share your night. And thank you for making that first year so special.
Congratulations, Bruce, on your induction into Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. It took 60 years to receive this honor that you so very much deserve. If I had to wait any longer, I would need to be transported here by an ambulance or a hearse from Chicago. I wouldn't have missed this moment for the world. Bruce, your parents, Chuck and Helen, and your 10 brothers and sisters would be immensely proud of you tonight. We have several things in common that you might remember. After graduation from high school, we both worked at the Lorain shipyards. Your dad was my foreman. During the Norwalk-St. Paul game, you scored 34 points, and we combined for 27 rebounds. You had 26, and I had 1. Half of your 400 offensive rebounds over 2 seasons can be attributed to my missed shots that you converted into offensive rebounds and scores. Motivated, passionate, disciplined, committed, optimistic, persistent, supportive, competitive, confident, and coachable are the 10 adjectives that describe athletes called the GOAT, greatest of all time. You possess all 10 of these adjectives and are why you were selected all conference for 2 years, MVP in your senior year, Associated Press Honorable All-Ohio candidate, and finally inducted in the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame tonight. You played with many characters in your career, but none had that profound character of Bruce. Coach George Simonovich nicknamed you the Ox because of your strength and innate ability to endure. The Ox did good. Thank you for serving our country in the United States Army, for your countless hours you put forth in getting a dual major in biology and chemistry, getting certified by the American Society for Clinical Pathology, and improving the lives of many children and families at Akron Children's Hospital. Thank you for 44 years of service to others before retiring in 2010. Bruce, you exemplify Coach John Wooden's definition of success. Success is peace of mind, which is a direct result of self-satisfaction in knowing you did your best to become the best you're capable of becoming. I only had 3 friends in high school, 2 were imaginary, and the third was you. Just look at tonight's turnout that came to honor you for this outstanding achievement. Everyone has a friend in each stage of their life, but the lucky ones have the same friend in all stages of life, and that's you. Thank you, brother. Love you.
I would like to start with a couple true truths. 1, God loves you. 2, God loves to work in and through all his creation. Lorain St. Mary High School was educating and graduating students for 63 years. It was truly a great place for an education and for sports. We have over a couple dozen graduates here tonight and over a dozen fellow athletes in football and or basketball to congratulate Bruce Francis Minnick on his induction into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. You are a good-looking group. Go Irish. At the start of our freshman season, Bruce was talking to us teammates. I'm not so much interested in scoring. It's rebounding I want to do. For that freshman season and the rest of the 3 basketball seasons, I knew we could win every game. We Fighting Irish were team players, CYO experienced in game-winning play, and we had Bruce. Being so committed and focused on rebounding was demonstrated all 4 years. I don't believe he was ever out-rebounded by an opponent player in a game. Bruce actually liked football and basketball practice, and he loved games. Win or lose, we had fun after the games. What joy we had around Fighting Irish sports in the early 60s. Go Irish. Bruce said that Coach Jim Lawhead was given a Porsche of a team and that Coach knew how to drive it. It was true. And I also know that young Coach Lawhead listened and respected everyone on our team by giving his time and his thoughtfulness to our requests. He was one smart young coach and teacher. Bruce, it was fun, an honor, and a blessing to practice with you and team with you in both football and basketball at Lorain St. Mary's High. You are the GOAT, the greatest of all time in rebounding in high school in Ohio, in Lorain City, Lorain County, and perhaps all of the state of Ohio in boys basketball. No player has ever averaged more than your 20.6 rebounds per game in his career before you, during your time, or after you. Congratulations on your legendary induction to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. God bless you and Cheryl, and go Irish.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, from St. Mary's 1963, Bruce Minnick.
Don't let them drink anymore. You gotta go. Yeah, I know. I need to stand on a chair. Robert, Wayne, Faith, Kermetta. Thank you all for preceding me, so now I can lighten it up. Okay, first of all, I want to thank all my people that got me here. Mr. Ed Kramer, who just gave that last little presentation, was a studious person in getting me elected to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. He actually made a plaque. Wood, all that good stuff. He's a woodworker. He was also helped by Tom Callahan to push me and to help me be elected. Jack Linnane was the same sort. Mike Gormley, previous inductee to Lorain Sports Hall of Fame, was also a pusher, and I thank you guys. Coach Lawhead, you were given a Porsche to drive, and thank God you knew how to drive it. It's not like something you were given. I want to thank the selection committee for picking me after 60 years, I think. And then my classmates of 1963 that are dispersed along with my family over there. It's funny. We have more reunions than any other class I've ever known in a high school. We have one every year. Every year we're having one. When is it? June. Okay. So that's an example of what we had. Now I want to go on to what made me a success. I consider myself a success and have a lot of wisdom. How did I get that? It is through hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, courage, and most of all, love. Love gets you almost everywhere. My heroes include Chuck and Helen. Most of you know those Mom and Dad. My dad had several sayings about life. Measure 3 times, cut once. Dance like no one's watching. In Lorain, you used to have all those schools, and he would go to weddings, and he and Mom would dance. Dad couldn't dance a lick. He was horrible at it, but he wants us to dance. Don't sweat the small stuff. And in the long run, it's all small stuff. Not important. Mom said to change your underwear often, as you never know. My brother Chaz, who is one of my heroes, as my brother Mark. My brother Chaz gave me this statement. You can be arrogant and obnoxious, but be slow. Whatever that means. Then my brother Mark said, don't eat yellow snow. Sister Carolyn always said, mark my words, mark my words. She's currently over at Wesleyan Village in Elyria. Now, Sister Mary Florian, who was my tutor in math, chemistry, and physics in high school, introduced me to PEDMAS. Anybody remember that? How you do equations. She also told me never, ever quit trying. And I'm glad she told me that. Phil Hockwalt, he was my psychologist after I got divorced. Be involved with the process, but detached from the outcome. Be committed to what you do. But my best one was Dr. Herbert Hochhauser. He was my German professor and a companion in the New Start of Arts and Sciences at Kent State. He told me 3 things would allow success and wisdom: failures, mistakes, and perseverance. Dr. Heath, my instructor and advisor in cell physiology and cell biology, pushed me into biochemistry. Dr. Ewing was my instructor in biology, told us we share, as humans, 50% of the same DNA as a banana and 75% of a sea slug DNA. So get over yourself. Then you have my daughter, Gretchen, over there, and her daughter. She's the one, by timing, taught me patience and patience and patience. Then there's one person that I really want to acknowledge. 1947 to 1960, there was a show on TV called The Howdy Doody Show. Anybody remember it? Most of you probably don't. There was a clown on that show. You have to remember, there was Chief Thunder Thud, Princess Summer, Fall, Winter, Spring, and I forget Clarabelle the Clown. 13 years, he never spoke. He had a horn. 1 beep, yes. 2 beeps, no. never spoke for 13 years. They canceled the show. On the last day of the show, they had a look at him, and with the 13 years of silence behind him, makeup running down his face, crying, he said 2 words: "Bye, kids." That, to me, was silence of gold. Silence is the language of God. Sit sometimes and listen to the silence. It'll get you a lot of places. I know I'm running on, what the hell? I'm the last one up here. Single. Part of my life has been through Ing's gerundive lifestyle. I've been very successful. I, believe it or not, even with my extra chest down here, I've inged my way through life. Competitive dancing, period. I've had 454 hours of scuba diving under the water before I got Jacques Cousteau's ear. I love cooking. I love wood turning. I love woodworking, landscaping, teaching dance, med tech students, nurses, and doctors-to-be. Learning. I still go to college. I audit senior classes at Kent State and Stark State College. They're free. It's wonderful. It really is. My claims to fame, or for the celebrities, I got to sit several hours drinking beer and stout. The stout was with Richard Harris and Tom Jones, the singer, in a pub somewhere in the UK. I do believe I fell off the bar stool in about 2 hours. They could drink. The beers were shared on milk crates with Paul Newman and Jane Goodman. It took place at Watkins Glen, New York. My brother-in-law, Bernie, raced for VW of America, as did Paul Newman. Go figure. My philosophies of life through adages and sayings that I have acquired thing. Judge nothing, you will be happy. Forgive everything, and you will be happier. Love is a tenacious adventure. Forgiveness does not change the past, but it does enlarge the future. It takes courage to grow up and turn out to be who you really are. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. Again, be involved with the process, but detached from any outcome. You did your best. We would never be brave and patient if there was only joy in the world. Only joy. Science is not compatible with spirituality. It is a profound source of spirituality. Carl Sagan said that. And excuses are patches that tend to amend the garments of failure. Unknown. Now, most of you know me as somewhat lucky, go lucky. Living with regrets is like driving a car that only goes in reverse. Logic will take you from A to B. Your imagination will take you everywhere. Success is not final. It is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. I consider this next statement pretty much what it is. He has achieved success who has lived well, laughed often, and loved much. I shall not, this is my favorite one. It's by a missionary. I shall not pass this way but once. Any good that I can do or any kindness that I can show to a human being, let me do it now. Let me not defer, nor neglect, for I will not pass this way again. Like I said, most of you know me as a happy-go-lucky guy for maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and I'll dribble in a little bit of malarkey. In the 6th grade, St. Anthony's School, Sister Philomena took me aside and said I was lewd, crude, and obnoxious at times. I took her word for it and practiced it to be lewd, crass, and obnoxious plus the ability to avoid most social skills. To this day, I have very little social skills. So now, I want to thank all of those people that have been here with me, been with me the whole time, got me here. I can't believe the people here, Robert, Wayne, Jeff, Art, Tania, all those people, plus all the previous inductees. I am very proud. This is the jacket that they give you. I will wear it proudly. Coach Lawhead gave me my old jersey. Surprisingly, I can still fit it. A little snuggy, but again, I will wear this proudly. Thank you. Is there enough time? Oh, I forgot one part.
Oh, sorry, folks. Hold on.
Oh my God! Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, oh, you would love this one. Okay, sorry. All right, well, I can do it anyway. I'm going to do it. It's a ditty, an old ditty I learned a long time ago. Okay. Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. Can't wait to look in the mirror. I get better looking each day. To know me is to love me. I must be a hell of a man. Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble, but I'm doing the best that I can.
Bruce, I really don't want to invite you up again, but you left your plaque here. Wow. You know, my mentor, my great friend, Joe Tate, was the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame Master of Ceremonies for many, many years. I don't even want to think what Joe Tate would say after hearing what Bruce just said. Timothy, good luck with that one. Bruce, well done. All right. So we now move on to the special category. And the special category was designed team doctors or trainers, and even one person who has sponsored an adult team or sports team year after year. So this year's inductee into the special category is the late Adrian Abrahamowitz, Lorain Catholic class of 1989. Now, Adrian graduated from Lorain Catholic in 1989 and attended Tiffin University, where he played baseball for one season before joining the Marine Corps. He worked his way through college and graduated from Tiffin in 2004 with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration. Immediately after graduation from Tiffin, Adrian saw an opportunity for him to pursue his passion, baseball and coaching. He started his coaching career at Lorain Catholic and also coached a collegiate summer team. He also contributed to the programs at numerous other high schools in our area. After taking the helm at Oberlin College, Adrian guided the Yeomen into the NCAC tournament 3 times. He had an 18-year career at Oberlin College. The 2013 North Coach Athletic Conference Coach of the Year, Abrahamowitz had 6 seasons of 17 or more wins and 3 years of 20 or more victories. Adrian also started the Lake Erie Warhawk Summer Program in 2014, and later he merged his powerhouse organizations with T3 in 2021. Perhaps more important than all his victories, he was responsible for helping An innumerable number of Lorain County athletes play baseball at the collegiate level. The program overall placed more than 275 players into college under Abrahamowitz's guidance. His impact continues through the Abrahamowitz Family Baseball. The not-for-profit celebrates the life of Coach A by providing scholarships to local baseball players, promoting baseball, and funding cancer research. And earlier tonight, I don't think most of you will be able to see it, but this is the Oberlin College cap that the team wore this year, and on the side is the AA for Adrian Abrahamowitz, a special man indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adrian Abrahamowitz into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. And speaking on behalf of Adrian will be Teresa Abrahamowitz.
Hello, my name is Lorain Hamilton, and I played under Coach A from 2018 to 2021. And I say my favorite memory about Coach A is he allowed me to be the person who I am today. He was the only coach who really recruited me out of Florida. And I felt like I really flourished under him. You know, a lot of times we play around, but when it came to kind of getting on the field, it was really time to lock in, and we kind of played off each other well with that. He taught me so much about baseball, some stuff that I didn't even know before coming to Oberlin. So just for all that, I'm really thankful for Coach A and all that he did for me and kind of my growth as a person and who I am today.
My family and I have had the good fortune of knowing Coach A and his family for quite a few years. He coached my brother growing up, and then ultimately I got to play for him at Oberlin College. So when thinking of my favorite memory, there's honestly hundreds to go through. And so I was contemplating, should I tell the story when I was on the mound at Allegheny and Coach A got tossed, but somehow was still calling the game from the top of the hill? But then I remember this is a PG-13 event, so I probably should keep that one to myself. And I was also thinking about the time he called the exact same pitch that just got hit about 1,000 feet foul. When I stepped off the mound, I looked at Coach in the dugout, and he was just laughing at me. He knew exactly what he was doing there. But I would say my favorite memories came off the field with Coach. He was always there for us, no matter what time it was. It was an open door policy for everybody at Oberlin, not just the baseball team. And I truly cherish those conversations we had one-on-one, where he would give me his advice. He truly was a mentor as well as a coach. And Coach, I just want to say congratulations on this well-deserved honor. We miss you greatly, and until I see you again soon.
I learned really quickly with Coach A, especially after my freshman year. I was playing pickup basketball, ended up punching the pad underneath the hoop, broke my hand. And a couple other times I had to go in his office and deliver maybe some bad news. I learned really quickly he was an awesome guy, super caring, and he would have done anything he possibly could to help you. If he couldn't help you, he would give you a brutally honest opinion of how big of an idiot you were and basically just roast you for 10 minutes straight. Flash forward 2 years later, still playing basketball somehow. I'm actually playing Coach A one-on-one. He gets the ball, first play down, bang, elbows me right in the head. I turn around and he's just looking at me and goes, whoops. We're playing a game to 7. Must have taken 45 minutes just fouling each other left and right. He's calling timeouts. But I'm finally like, Coach A, how many timeouts do we get out here? He's maybe taking 3, and he goes, I use my half timeouts. Now I'm using my full timeouts. But that's the kind of guy he was. All-time players coach, someone you loved playing for, loved competing with. And I owe him so much, both for my baseball career and in life. Really love that guy.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, accepting is Teresa, if she could please make her way forward.
This is going to be quick and short. Thank you. My husband loved the game of baseball, but it wasn't only his love for the game that made him the coach he was. It was the relationships he cultivated along the way. The players, the families, other coaches and mentors. Adrian didn't view coaching as a job, it was his calling. He cared all about of his players as much as they cared about him. His players were his extended family. Adrian believed in every one of his players he coached, as if they were all capable of continuing their baseball career in college. I'd like to mention a few individuals who had a positive and significant impact on Adrian. Mike Turbovich, Don Kozich, Bob Myers, Bill Tippy, Jim Lawhead, Jim McCall, Rob Hayden, and I'm sure many more. And Mr. Jackson, he loved you. He talked about you all the time. I would also like to mention Adrian's love and dedication for his family, his daughter Taylor, son Andrew, and myself. It was through baseball that our family spent quality time together. He created a lot of great memories as a baseball family throughout Adrian's career and are grateful to have had such a wonderful life with Adrian. Thank you to his mom, Kathy, brother Adam, and sister Sarah for being here today. They're so proud of all that he did. I believe Adrian was a successful baseball coach because of his passion for the sport and the relationships he developed with the players, their families, other coaches, and mentors. Thank you again for honoring Adrian as a person along with his accomplishments. In closing, I'm grateful for the continued text messages, phone calls, and stories from people who felt positively impacted by Adrian. It keeps his legacy alive and gives us the opportunity to continue to be a part of the short life he loved living. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. So we are down to our last inductee, and it's the team category, where tonight the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame honors the Admiral King 81-82 boys basketball team. So as many or most of you know, Admiral King was the winningest Class AAA boys basketball team in the state of Ohio during the decade of the 1980s. The 81-82 team set the tone by accomplishing a school record at the time, 24 wins against 2 losses. Their only regular season setback came in Game 6 against Lorain High, 60-56. The Admirals went on to win a school record 19 games in a row before dropping a 3-point heartbreaker in the regional finals at Kent State to Toledo Scott 47-44. King was crowned champion of the always tough Buckeye Conference. The Admirals were ranked number 3 in the state of Ohio in the final AP poll and had the distinction of being the number 1 team in northeastern Ohio. Mitch Gillum was named Ohio's Coach of the Year by UPI and top coach in the Buckeye Conference. Player of the Year in the Buckeye Conference was Michael Walton. Leading scorer on this Hall of Fame team was junior Roger Smith. Defensive standout was Myron Wicks, who led the team with 10 charges taken. Other valuable Admirals included Bill Hyder and Ed Suggs, who were selected for the Coaches Award. Michael Jackson for the Craig Demyan Memorial Award. Sophomore Steve Davis deemed Most Improved, and it would not have been such a great year without Darian Northcutt, Steve Nelson, Ken Simmons, Aaron Goshen, Bob Calamari, and Demetrius Lovett. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of these men have traveled a great distance tonight for their well-deserved honor, and to speak for the team tonight will be Bill Hyder. Let's welcome to the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame the 1981-82 Admiral King boys basketball team. And if all team members that are in attendance tonight could please make their way to the podium, all you team members. And by the way, as the players make their way to the front, we should mention that the Walton family may be one of the greatest basketball families to ever come out of the city of Lorain. Michael, who is being honored tonight with the 81-82 team, is the older brother of Kim, who a couple of years later would be voted Ohio Girls Basketball Player of the Year. And Harold, who would earn numerous honors after being a key player on King State qualifying teams of 1986 and 88. And of course, both Kim and Harold have been inducted into this very Lorain Sports Hall of Fame.
Okay, I guess I drew the short straw here, but I'm talking on behalf of my teammates. I'd like to thank the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame Committee for this great honor. If I could take a personal moment just to thank my family, my beautiful wife and son and daughter, and a couple nephews and nieces, my mom and dad, aunt and uncles. Just want to thank them. They're here 41 years later, still supporting me and my teammates. Just wanted to thank them. As I said, it's a great honor to be included with the other great Admiral King teams. I believe this is like maybe the 5th or 6th team from the 80s that's been inducted. And I believe the 80s probably, to me, was the golden era of high school boys basketball in Lorain County. When you thought of the top teams in the state, you had Canton McKinley, Akron Central Howard, but Admiral King was right up there at the top, if not the top team. And plus there was other great teams in the Lorain County also at that time. The excitement it brought to the city was just incredible. I know we run into fans at getting tickets before the games and wishing you luck. They made you feel like a rock star, and it was really something special. I would like to acknowledge Coach Gillum, who unfortunately is not here tonight, having passed away, but he was a great architect of those teams, and he left a very lasting impression on me. There's still times I get up in the middle of the night, jump up and think I'm late for practice, or I'm out of shape, and I ain't gonna be able to get up and down that court. Then I look in the mirror and I'm say, man, you're 58, you're bald, you can relax finally. You ain't gonna get chewed out today. He was very demanding and no excuse philosophy from him. Just a real quick story. We were scrimmaging Akron Central Howard, who at that time was one of the top teams in the state, and playing them at home on a Saturday morning. And they had a player, Grady Mateen, who was 6'11", went and played at Georgetown and Ohio State. And Coach Gillum said, we're coming out man-to-man, and I'm going to guard him. And I'm 6'2", and I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be fun. Come down the court, first time, Grady gets the ball, a couple feet from the basket, turns, puts it in. Second time, same thing. Coach Gillum calls timeout, pulls me aside, and says, God dang it, Billy, in a nicer word, if that happens again, you're running the rest of the practice. And when he said that, he meant it. And I said, well, I don't feel like I'm going to run it for another hour and a half, so I got to figure out something to do. And I looked around, we go out, and I'm thinking, man, I could grab a broom over there and maybe try to block one of his shots or get up in his view, but I ended up probably running for doing that. So the next time down, he goes to cut across, just give him a few subtle elbows, push him 3-4 feet farther from the bucket, turns, shoots, misses. next time, same thing, timeout. I'm thinking, okay, I did a good job. I'm going to get congratulated at that. And Coach Gillum just looked at me and said, it's about damn time you did something. But that's how he was. He was no nonsense. He didn't want excuses. He didn't want to hear you were 9 inches shorter or smaller than somebody. He wanted you to give your best effort, and I believe that's what he got out of not only our team but all his teams. And it was a great honor to have played for him. And I'd just like to also thank my teammates. They were some of the best teammates I ever had, and there was never a moment where we had some big argument or anything, and that to me is what a team was about, and I believe that's why we had a lot of our success. So I just wanted to thank everybody once again. And I believe Myron Wicks would like to say a few words.
Like Billy said, you know, Mitch was demanding. First thing is, you can't talk about Lorain basketball without mentioning him. He knew how to get 150% out of each one of his players if you did nothing more but go fill up water bottles. He knew how to get 150% out of you. When I look at these banners with all the high school names on them, what comes to mind is legacy. We are all a part of a legacy. 40 years ago, you couldn't have told me anything like that because I didn't understand what legacy was. 40 years later, me and my teammates are part of a legacy. I want to thank my dad, who raised 9 boys, 9 of us, okay? In 1934, and I'm gonna be real short about this, in 1934, he was an orphan. His mom and dad passed away. So you talking about anybody that had a right to give up on life, he did. He went from foster home to orphanage to you name it. Back in the 30s, those places weren't nice places for any child. He got involved with sports. He went to college, graduated college, went back home, started a family. And when he thought it was the right time, he gave Monty, Mickey, Marty, Michael, Myron, Mario, Maxwell, Matthew, and Merlin their last names. The beginning of a legacy. So when I look at this here, and I look at all you all, and I read this program, this legacy, 40 years later, I do understand what it means. Thank you, Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. Thank you, teammates. And for those that couldn't be here, we would definitely let them know what a wonderful time we had with you all tonight. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the induction ceremonies. One more time, how about a big round of applause for the class of 2023 into the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame. So, Christina, I did find this piece of paper. It says Tim's closing statements and any personal remarks. So I have been doing this, I don't know how many years. I lost track. As I mentioned earlier, my dear friend and my mentor in the broadcasting business, Joe Tate, did it for so many years and did a remarkable job. And I remember sitting way in the back at the old Party Center in Lorain watching Joe MC and the masterful job that he did, and thought, you know, maybe someday I'll have a chance to MC that banquet, because it's just a legacy, as we just heard. It's just an incredible legacy as far as the history of sports and the greatness of athletes and coaches that have impacted thousands, I mean tens of thousands of lives of young men and young women that have come out of the city of Lorain, whether they were coached or as Jason Lawhead mentioned in his video, whether he or she, as a young person, idolized an athlete in the city of Lorain. Just think about the impact that those athletes have had. So as long as the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame will have me, and I work for free, so I'm sure they'll have me back again, but I'd love to be here. But Jay Ferguson, again, next year there may be a plan B. We'll see if the Cleveland Cavaliers can advance a little bit further in the NBA playoffs. But I emceed the Elyria Sports Hall of Fame banquet last weekend, and I said there, here's my best case scenario. How about the Cavaliers advance to the second round of the playoffs? They play a home game on Friday, they play a home game on Sunday, and I'll be here on Saturday night. How's that sound? That would be a perfect weekend. Well, with Cavs wins sandwiched in between. But again, I just want to thank you all. It has been a wonderful time tonight, as the Lorain Sports Hall of Fame is always one of the most memorable events of the year, as I said earlier when we got started. So to the Hall of Fame committee, thank you. You guys have been a great audience. Again, thanks to you. Congratulations to all the inductees. And we'll talk to you again next May right here at Germans Villa. Thank you so much, everybody.